Hey, Enfys. How's it going? Fancy seeing me here indeed, in my own stream. Can you hear me okay, by the by? My headphones just shut themselves off. I'm kind of worried switching them back on again has messed with my audio settings. Okay, volume's good. Good. Your octopus summoner died to hubris in the true roguelike way. In what game was this? No less. You here for a moment because your dad might need some help with something? Well, that's fair enough. Enfys, DC, SS, Dungeon Crawl, Stone Soup. I'm going to guess that's some sort of collaborative dungeon crawl project. Nolus, what do you miss on Monday? Well, I'll just give a quick recap while I'm doing the links. So basically, Monday I went back to sort of the hub area, picked up a quest to go kill some spiders, which I ended up having a lot of trouble with because the spiders included swarms of spiders, which are immune to basically everything in Pathfinder rules. So I ended up having to just scrape through. Then I realised I could use torches as melee weapons to deal damage to them. And eventually I managed to just scrape through and give the old man his berries, because apparently he can't taste anything else. Then I proceeded on, tracked down the camp of the people who tried to take my party as slaves last session, killed them all because duh, and picked up a couple of new party members who I freed from them. And then I entered a older druid temple or shrine to an old god or something. No, I think it's a shrine to the sort of oldest god, but not like an old eldritch god or anything. Just like the primal god, the primitivist god, where apparently the main villains had fog that's getting in the way of progressing in the main story generated. So I'm going to do something about that. And I've of course realised I completely forgot to allocate my spell slots, which is why I haven't had access to the spells I need. Yeah, Stag God. Oh, sorry, you're in advertising purgatory, no less. Oh, hey, Anne. Oh, sorry, caught me in the middle of a hiccup there. Hope you're doing well today, Jan. Oh, that's weird. Seems to be a fair few people watching, but the viewer count only says 1. No less, only 1 ad, but it was a jump scare. Bloody heck. Yeah, I don't get the idea behind making an advert jump scare people. Like, I think one advert did it and it was funny in, what 2001? It only counts people interacting with the stream. Well, there's like 3 people actively chatting right now. No less, it wasn't loud to be honest, it was just an unwelcome surprise. Ah, fair enough. Enfys, it should jump up to at least 3 in the next 5 minutes, maybe? Yeah, well, who cares? I'd stream to nobody if it came to it. Anywho, webcam on. Hello, hello. Hope everyone's having a nice evening. Oh yeah, quick cosplay stuff. I've pretty much finished the skull for my tiefling teeth. Yeah, it's true. Nobody is quite chill. So yeah, I'm not going to cast them this evening, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, if I get time, I'm going to create another cast of my teeth. Because the process is basically, you create an alginate cast of the sculpt, and then you pick the clay off the sculpt, and you put the acrylic in the cast you've taken, and then put the cast of the teeth in, so that creates the back part, so it'll fit over your actual teeth. But I reckon instead of having to peel the clay off and clean it, I reckon it'll be easier if I just take another cast of my teeth. But anyways, I digress. Let's find some paths. We salute you, Kickstarter people. Enfys, nobody's pretty chilled, to be fair. No less. He blinds the Cyclops and doesn't afraid of anything. Now that's a deep mythology cut. Oh, come on, Enfys, it's not an old meme. It's classical. Hey, Wazzle. How's it going? Exactly, Nellis. An ancient meme for an ancient myth. Okay, so let's continue. So, yeah, as I said last stream, I realised after levelling up that I hadn't been allocating my spell slots. So basically, I have all these I had like these 4 spells available to memorise. But I didn't bother actually putting them in my slots, so I didn't have access to them. Which was kind of dumb of me. So yeah, I won't have access to these spells yet, because I'm a fool, a chair and a clown, I guess. Notice we've got Frankenstein's monster in the party. Oh, you mean our orc friend? Meets Recognar. One of the 2 new party members I rescued from the slavers. You can accept a weapon. 1 to find traps. Actually, I might give that I'll give that to my rogue. But yeah, he's an Eldritch Scion, which basically is sort of a caster melee hybrid. No less frickin' racial alignment. Yeah, Pathfinder sort of tried to move away from it a bit, but they didn't quite completely move away from it, so yeah. Oh bloody heck, I didn't realise he was chaotic evil. I thought he was just cheerful. Hey Elizabeth Foster. Yep, not too bad. Thank you for the follow. Hey, that reminds me, when I leveled up I took weapon focus. So I get bonus if I... Oh, what did I take? I think it was... Oh good, I'm very firmly chaotic neutral at the moment. Yeah. Weapon finesse. And I didn't check what I took it in. So yep, if I can get the... Yeah, so if I can find the right bit of gear, I can basically get... Oh, thanks for the follow on Twitter, and thank you. I love my hairstyle myself. Someone play quotes number 1 and 2 because they go together. And maybe I was wrong. Maybe weapon finesse does actually apply to an entire category of weapons.
A simple smile goes a long way.
Yeah, I can't equip S-stocks for some reason. I'll pick up a rapier at some point. Oh no, wait. Sickles do count as finesse weapons. Yep, +5 from my dexterity. Oh.
Adventures are exciting.
Okay. There we go. And glad you enjoyed the previous stream, Elizabeth. Thanks for the quote, Enfys. We're up to 586 now. Wait, what did you cheat, Wazzle? Oh, hey, Mercadian. How's it going? I need to get a second monitor because I'm just not used to having to use my phone to keep an eye on chat. Oh, there was a poll. Yeah, I can't see those from my phone. Okay.
They will not expect my strength.
Oh, frick.
Pose? I need inspiration.
They're like Trient. Lindsay succeeded on a Knowledge Arcana check. Okay, damage reduction. Some creatures suffer less damage from weapons, as reflected in their damage reduction. A creature with damage stuff from energy attacks. Okay. Inspect. Stunning blow. Great.
Stand down.
Okay, so if it hits anyone, they're going to get stunned. Okay, nothing on what its damage reduction actually is. Oh yeah, I don't have a Discord, but I am in his cursedness in 8-bit goggles is. Oh, and Netty Yetis. I really should consider making a Discord. Maybe I should, I don't know. Enfys, are they even a king if they haven't had an egg thrown at them? It's true. Was that a poll-related joke? Is it okay to DM me on Twitter? Yeah, I don't usually communicate via DMs on Twitter, I'm afraid. Well, that's a start. Okay, its health bar's not that high. I'm just going to move back. Tristian dies. Sucks to be that guy then. Lindsay. Okay, this looks pretty vulnerable to fire, if you ask me.
You're using it wrong.
Yeah, and how could I be contacted outside of my streams? You could always message me on Discord if we're in this. If we're in a Discord. Yeah, it's true, no less. If having a Discord means you've got to moderate a Discord or get someone to moderate it. And obviously if you want someone else to moderate it, that's asking work from them, so... Cast Mage Armor. Advance forwards.
Repent!
Guess he's the nearest I've got to a tank. Just outside of charge range. Switch to my bow.
You offend me.
3 damage reduced. Okay, Bear, what have you got?
Could be worse.
Oh, bloody heck. Oh, bloody heck. It gets an awful lot of attacks. Oh, okay, I wasted a turn there. Fire time.
I'll cut you!
Hey, Amari. Do what you do best. And some acid.
This body holds no more.
It-
be over.
Okay, this isn't going well. This is not going well at all.
Die for me.
Tear them apart!
Oh yeah, I forgot I could sneak attack with spells.
Bleed for me.
Well, that's over.
How curious.
I swear, never have I been so glad to meet a stranger. Even with the power granted me by Sarenrae, I almost lost. You have my thanks. Please, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tristian.
The young man wipes his hand across his brow. His face is pale, his fair hair is a mess, but his gaze is steady and grateful. Okay, if this was a JRPG, he'd be the villain. Enfys, that fight was quite berry. Had you on the edge of your seat. Yeah, it could have gone a bit grisly.
A Sarenrae fanatic. Talk about people I'd be just as happy not seeing for the next 1,000 years.
Okay, a local nymph directed me here. She thinks the enchanted fog in this temple was created by the druid who serves the bandit leader here. I expect defeating the beast guard should cause the fog to clear.
I have never spoken to nymphs, but I believe their assessment is accurate. The creatures occupying this temple are far from ordinary animals. The power that moved them here is related to the fog. The beasts hold the fog as anchors hold a ship dancing in the waves. From what I can tell, once the beasts are defeated, the fog should begin to clear.
Exactly, Enfys.
You are very kind. Kindness to strangers is in short supply these days. But worry not. Sarenrae's priests are skilled in the healing arts. I can heal myself. I was investigating this fog. I believe you have already discerned that it is magical in nature. I serve Sarenrae, goddess of sunlight. Discovering an evil magic that isolated living creatures from the sun alarmed me in no small way. I was able to locate the place the fog originated from, but was too presumptuous and almost got into the beast's teeth.
Yeah, I mean, the log literally says you died.
I promise to think about your request after you deal with the beasts. But please, allow me to catch my breath for now.
Okay.
I will wait for you. This fog bothers me.
Okay, any loot? Gold coins, pearl, quartz. Good stuff. Hey DJ, how's it going? I just defeated a giant tree bear. Okay, we've got quarterstaff, +1, nuts, potion of remove curse, a book, cool lightning, the classic druidic spell. Okay, so he said,
I will wait for you. This fog.
so where are
The
these
dangers
beasts?
don't frighten me.
Dealt with some wolves to the south.
Grotus, hide me from their sight.
Okay, primal dabble.
Prevail. Does it matter?
Okay, so it saw my orky friend, but didn't see me.
Your time is over.
Good old sneak attack. Can we get a shout out for DJ?
Unworthy.
Okay, ironically, her pathfinding isn't great.
Fear me.
I'm not doing it wrong! The spell is flawed! They go down!
Serves you right. Away, you rascal.
Anytime, DJ? How's it going? I think I haven't managed to catch any of your streams in a bit.
Wretched things.
Alright, yeah.
I'll cut you.
Doink.
Hey!
Okay, so if I recall correctly, concealment in Pathfinder rules is basically the same as 3.5 edition D&D. So even if you hit, there's a 50% chance you miss.
You deserved it.
DJ, never a big deal. Always happy to have me when you can. It's going swell, thanks for asking. Hope things are going great on my end. Oh yeah, I'm enjoying it now that I've sort of remembered all the rules to Pathfinder. I mean, last stream I literally realised I'd forgotten to set my spells, so that was embarrassing. Good old Vancian magic.
down.
Despicable.
Die for me.
Bring it!
There we go. That's the energy we need. Okay, my bard's got Inspire Competence. Okay, can I daze the ball?
May I suggest another way to use this spell?
Oh yeah, only works on humanoids.
Any last wishes?
Enfys, is it being concealed by party members? No, it's the effect of the fog. Honest.
Your life ebbs low.
You offend me.
Advance.
So very annoying.
Bleed for me. The weak suffer. I endure.
Tear them apart!
Really need to see if my phone's got some sort of snooze mode for emails and stuff.
They go down!
Okay, Lindsay, finish
is
this.
where I step in.
Or don't.
What a waste.
This is one meaty boar. Oh yeah, now I remember. Boars in Pathfinder rules have the Die Hard ability, which sort of works quite similar to the ability Undead have in 5th edition, where they can just sort of basically make a Actually, no, it's different because the rules in 3.5 edition Pathfinder are basically when you're downed, you can go down to -10 health before you die, but at 0 health you can't act. Basically, boars can keep acting until -10, so they effectively have 10 HP more.
Become as dust.
Your
Finish
time
this.
is over.
Or don't, I guess.
Unworthy.
There we go.
Death
Serves you
comes.
right.
No, don't disintegrate. I wanted to... Okay, got it anyway. Ooh. The Dryad. is that all the beasties around here? Yep, must be.
Praised be Sarenrae. Now, if my knowledge serves, the fog should weaken and eventually clear entirely. We need only wait. Perhaps somewhere more hospitable?
Okay, lawful evil option. Yomi priest, I expect you to repay this debt by serving me. Lawful evil, not even once. Okay, the beasts have been dealt with. You ready to travel with me?
You've saved my life, and I wish to repay good with good. I will gladly aid you in your journeys.
Yeah, he's voiced, so I'm guessing he's a party member.
Let us be off. We will accomplish much good together. I'm sure of it.
Okay,
I'll share my path.
guess I'll head back to the hub area. Thanks for the quote, no less. Okay, what's the quickest way home? Might investigate Nettle's Crossing. But first...
I decree we set up camp.
Okay, fine. Really need to work out how to set up guards and stuff. Oh. Well, now I feel dumb. Okay, we'll put you on watch. Blend into night. Okay, they all have special abilities. Undead Guardians. 2 undead warriors come to protect. Orogophia's chosen and her allies. They cannot be used as guards in guard shifts, but will fight on the party side in case of an attack. Harem blend into night. Harem's gloomy mood and love for solitude mystically reduces the party's chance of attracting monsters and enemies. Chance of attack decreases for every guard shift that begins during the night. It's kind of neat that they all get special abilities, I guess. Okay. Oh, neat. If you mouse over, you can see... Okay, what abilities does he have? Oh, cool. Yep, that'll do.
Let's see which one of us is a more glorious warrior. I'll show you my scars, and you show me yours.
How about I make you some new ones instead?
Oh, hey, Nick. Can we get a shout out for Nick? Who also reminds us that to the Brits that we've only got a couple of days left to file self-assessment taxes. Brought to you by Nick Just Remembering. Oh yeah, being undead means she doesn't heal, does she? Oh well. Yeah, let's have a look at this old oak. Okay, this old oak is a lot more ominous than I expected.
An ambush, eh?
I'll turn. What have we got? Control. 104 hit points. I defeat the troll.
The world is full of wonder. How cute! Away, you rascal!
Time for fun.
Okay. Back.
Fear me.
It's true, the undead deserve to recover from their festering wounds. Yeah, is it vulnerable to hideous laughter? Yes, yes it is. Alright, let's do some acid. And that'll cancel its regeneration. Do I have cheese on my desk? Why do you ask? My mouse is going haywire. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. I think it's just that the camera just leans a certain way. Yeah, I should probably look up the manufacturer's website and see if I can find a up-to-date driver. Because I tried Windows auto search this morning and it didn't get anything. Will it pass a will save? No. How the hell did it fail a reflex save when it was lying prone on the ground?
Wretched things. Despicable.
You deserved it.
Repent!
I'm not doing it wrong. The spell is flawed. I'm not doing it wrong. The spell is flawed.
Oh, I guess it's lying sort of adjacent. Sneak attack with acid splash.
I'll cut you!
Advance!
Any last wishes?
Bone Shaker. You take control of a target creature's living skeleton. Okay, let's do that. Just casually deal damage by making your skeleton feel like it's about to hatch.
Bring it!
And stay down.
This is my time to shine.
What have we got? A belt of giant strength +2. Nice. Gold coins, jade. Dead guy. Ooh. Crossbow +1. I'll be taking that. What's staff +1? Can I unequip that? That'd be useful if you still bludgeoning damage, I guess. Belts of Giants. Yeah, equip that. Exactly, no less take damage from your spine. Enfys, that's just adulthood. I mean, yes, but you shouldn't say it. Wait. Oh, for a second there, I thought she put on a hat. It was just her hair in different lighting.
I'll share my path.
Duck.
Let's see what they're made of.
Boggards. I've heard of those before, but... Alright, frog people. They aren't that tough.
Stand down.
You're using it wrong.
I love that bouncing gate. Yeah, cantrips aren't really a thing.
This is where I step in.
A charge. No. Oh well.
Tear them apart!
Oh, how useful Remove Fear would have been.
Your life ebbs low.
Unworthy.
You offend me.
I'll just stay back here and keep sneak attacking. Okay, is Amari afraid? Oh, only shaken. Shaken I can deal with.
Die for me. See what your entrails look like. Bleed for me.
Serves you right.
They go down!
What a waste.
Wretched things.
No less, Bone Shaker is too cool a name to waste on. Is it a cantrip? I think it's either a first or 7 level spell.
Your time is over.
Fear me.
You deserved it.
Alright. He's afraid.
Become as dust.
I should have cast a remove fear. Oh well.
Despicable. Advance.
Away, you rascal.
Got some gems and some spears.
The dangers don't frighten me.
Ooh, chest. Golden trinket. Protection from chaos. Mage armor. Person. Gold. I mean, I need protection from chaos. But you can't protect me from myself, can you? Yes, and fierce. Remove fear would have been a very useful spell indeed. Okay, there you are, Amari.
Huh?
We've got anything else around here? Just the exit.
I'll share my path.
Yep, guess we're done here now. And so ends the finest tradition of just stopping in random places to find cool loot. If we can cross the river here. Apparently not. That was a waste of time.
I decree we set up camp.
Once I killed a whole herd of mammoths. But our camp was too far away. So, I tied their trunks together and dragged them home for 2 days.
Those must have been tiny mammoths, the size of squirrels.
I love Amari and Lindsay so much. Let's go. What's through here? Bogart hunting grounds.
I decree we set up camp.
Oh, shut up, Lindsay. Yeah, basically you can travel automatically, but only if you've already discovered a path to a location. And even then it will choose the path you know, not the optimum path. Octavia, with a delighted smile. Octavia inhales the smell coming from the Oleg's trading post. Fresh bread. I can't believe it. All this time we sat in cages and crawled in the mud. There are places in the world where they were baking fresh bread. And here we are. I bet they have clean sheets. And maybe we can take a bath. A girl can dream. So yeah, Octavia and our half-orc friend there were the two characters we rescued from the slavers last session. So she's more of an archer rogue. Be sure of that. I've got years of rest to catch up on, and I'll be stuffing my face till I turn into a ball. Don't get the fan artist excited. Enfys, a little explorer on the way back is just better until you know everywhere. Exactly. You do so much for us. Is it all because you're kind? Or maybe, the half-elf smiles flirtatiously, maybe it's because you've been charmed by my beauty. I like how you can just straight up piss on her here. Exactly, I would have never found the Technicalese encampment if your beauty hadn't beaconed to me. Yeah, I'm going to be a useless lesbian. I'm just going to be ace here. Octavia smiles warmly. Yes, thank you. Alright, enough talk. Fresh bread and clean sheets await. Alrighty. So we've got some new people to speak to, I guess. Oh, great. The god nerds are nerding it up.
How cute!
Okay. Mari. Hey, Chief. Amari gives you a broad grin. What's on your mind? So have you proven yourself to be a mighty warrior? I may have. The trial's finished, and if someone ever doubt me, I prove it. Amari shakes her fist at the unseen offender. So I'm the chieftain of your new tribe? What do you expect of me? Thanks for the quote, no less. Tribe must always have plenty of food. Tribe's enemies must be tough. Not some easy scum. Tribe's fighters must challenge the strongest enemies. Also, well, Amari contemplates deeply. You must rule the tribe, make big decisions. She waves her hand vaguely. Yeah, you know, big decisions. Talking. Well, we do some monster killing instead. Amari sighs and turns away. Okay, God nerd, what's up? Tristian smiles as you approach. Greetings. How may this humble chosen of the great Serene help you? Tell me about yourself. About myself? I wouldn't know where to begin. Trinian pauses for a moment in thought. You know my name, my faith. I follow Serene, and I've travelled from the Paddish Empire of Kelesh. Try saying that with a mouthful of mushrooms. To here. What else do you want to know? Tristanian smiles softly. You have nothing to apologise for. Truly I received my name and my appearance from my parents, who had come to Kalesh from afar. I never knew them, for the fate had separated us when we were young, so I grew up in Kalesh, raised by followers of Serenre. And thanks for the quote again, Nolus. And thanks for the other quote, Enfys. Although try saying that with a mouthful of mushrooms is a fairly common turn of phrase. My home is where my heart is, within the temples of the great goddess, among the wise and generous men that took upon themselves to take care of the child who was so unlike them. I learned mercy and patience at an early age, and it is these virtues that have made me the man I am today. Do you enjoy travelling? Tristanian nods, his eyes light up. Oh yes. No library and no archive, however large, would ever have allowed me to learn as much of the world as I have in my journeys. It was only outside the temple walls I realised every living being is a world unto themselves, a world where many contradictions and passions coexist. Each realm leaves its mark on the lives that live there. Only by visiting it, by breathing the same air, walking on the same soil, can you understand its people, what drives them, what frightens them, their dreams, and how they honour their gods. No less, you've heard of trying it with a mouthful of marshmallows, but not as a saying. You think kids use peeps. I'd imagine that's an American thing, because marshmallow peeps are unknown here. Enfys, you've heard similar like, try saying that 5 times fast. Oh yeah, I've heard that one as well. Can't remember where I heard mouthful of mushrooms. Might have been a horrible science book. Doesn't being outside the temple make you uncomfortable? Tristanian shakes his head. There are many ways to honour one's god, Brioche. That name is the gift that gives on giving. It is true, shrines play a role in the lives of many of the faithful, but even more find other ways to serve Serenre. The Healing Light values good deeds above all else. The Healing Light... Okay, that's just her nickname. I cannot stand by and watch evil claim others. Tristanian thinks for a moment and then raises an eyebrow. Perhaps that is another reason why I chose to go on my pilgrimage, leaving behind the temples of Kelesh. Tristanian touches his chest. My faith is in my heart and in my hands. Millions honour Serenre in her temples, and my soul is filled with joy when I think of their devotion to the goddess. Nevertheless, my path is a different one. No less. Life has many worships, Brioche girl. No, my thoughts were far from it. For my mission here is not yet done. Tristanian stares at you in surprise. Why do you ask? Do you wish me to leave your lands? You're my comrade in arms. I trust you completely. Justinian's face lights up. Thank you. I'm pleased I could be of assistance. Yeah, I know it's good, just good granularity, just to give the player the option of just saying, okay, gone. You're just having a very mean way of telling them to go away, but it's so stressful just having the dialogue option there, where I could click it by mistake. What can you tell me of Sarenrae? Sarenrae is the goddess of temperance and patience. Solar Flame Goddess teaches us okay, that is one heck of a moniker. Teaches us compassion for the weary and the mercy to those who go astray. What would you like to know of her? History. There's much to tell, but I'm afraid I'd miss the mark, and I fear I'd bore you. Is there something specific you'd wish to know? Sarenrae is one of Galarian's eldest deities. Once she was an angel that had gathered the armies of her celestial allies behind her. The battle in which she showed her valor decided the fate of the whole world, and in her victory, she was rewarded with divinity. Yeah. Pathfinder actually has some pretty wild approaches to deities, because canonically basically there's a test that anyone can try to become a god, but most people who try and take it die. But I think it's the god of, well, literally the god of partying. He basically, who was a barbarian, he basically got drunk, did it for a dare, and just woke up a god and wasn't entirely sure how he did it. No less, the dismiss options in Fallout 4 are like that too, even though you can just dismiss someone temporarily. Yeah, I didn't particularly like that about Fallout 4, because if you wanted to switch your party out, it was always the harshest possible option. In the sacred text, Sarenrae is shown as a beautiful bronze-skinned maiden, her hair dancing flame. Justinian smiles slightly, but her appearance is not what matters. It is the grace she brings with her touch, healing and salvation. Tell me about this battle you mentioned. What was the act of valour of Sarenrae? Her greatest moments of glory is her battle against the monstrous Rovagug, who threatened to destroy Galarian. Sarenrae delivered the strike that staggered the horrendous creature and allowed her allies to shackle it. Once the rough beast was captured, the goddess split the earth and the gods threw the behemoth into the depths. Once it was done, the goddess sealed the pit and commanded her faithful to stay away from the scar that was left in the land. That's one way to do it, I guess. Enfys, isn't that basically how the Raven Queen pushed for divinity before the rules got changed? Yeah, I haven't really watched Critical Role, and I don't know much about the Raven Queen, so I'm not entirely... Well, to be fair, I was never really that big on D&D settings. Well, my favourite D&D setting's Planescape, so I'm a bit fuzzy on the other laws. And I don't really know what Critical Role did with it either. I mean, to be fair, it wasn't really much of an issue because I always had Piper with me. Justinian falls silent for a few moments. Alas, mortal beings are so imperfect. Not even the most faithful among us can always follow their deity's commandments, and even when such commandments are meant to save the world and their followers, I for one pray the goddess is never again as furious as she was with Gormers. Okay, what happened to Gormers? Justinian sighs. An error of faith, perhaps a lesson, but it speaks of the danger when one listens to the mortal words and one stops listening to their faith. Sarenrae forbid her followers from coming near the place of Rovagug's imprisonment, but some of her priesthood misread her will and began to preach of a sacred place where the mightiest of temples dedicated to the goddess were to be constructed. The people listened to these ceremonies and went forth to the lands touched by Siren Ray's schemata. On the scar that sealed the well, they founded Gormas, a holy city that was to become the greatest monument to Siren Ray. And surprisingly, after the city was built, faithful from all over Golarion travelled there to worship. Whoops. Nick, the funny thing is that Critical Role used Pathfinder's world for at least the first series. You don't know how long, though. You gave up after a bit. Enfys, same world. Campaign 2's party met an NPC from Campaign 1. Nick, you mainly remember because Siren Ray was the Paladin's god, if you recall correctly. Basically, a lot of the gods in Pathfinder are actually it's sort of complicated because Pathfinder was basically the non-copyrighted parts of D&D and D&D settings, with all the other parts made original, just to fill it in. So some parts are piecemeal, the same as D&D, and some are not. It really depends what could be copyrighted and what couldn't. No less, Serene Ray's the daughter that has her own queerbaity Netflix series now. Yeah, and the fact it was Pathfinder beforehand. I still haven't watched the animated series, but they've basically had to file off any relation to D&D, which is kind of funny. Yeah, I've nearly finished listening to Oxventure, so I might try the podcast version of Critical Role next. I need something to listen to in the car when I'm on the way to and from work. Serene Ray sent omens and visions, urging her followers to leave this dangerous place filled with the dark will of the shackled Ruthergug. But in their pride, the people misinterpreted or ignored her signs altogether, for they had already come under Ruthergug's influence. Finally, the goddess sent her herald to the city, but the fanatics killed him. Realizing the people had turned from her, the enraged goddess smote Gormas, raising it from the face of Golarion with a single strike of her schemata. Justinian shakes his head. Today it is called the Pit of Gormas, a well of pain and suffering. Tell me about the Pit of Gormas. Justinian shakes his head. It's a great crevasse in eastern Kazamoran. The land surrounding it is dead, soaked in poison. Must have been one heck of a schemata. The Pit of Gormas seemed bottomless until someone dares to gaze into its depths. All who have dared tell of a strange, distant glow. A glow that followed them in their dreams ever since. Throughout all history, the Pit of Gormas has spawned creatures. Hideous beasts of overwhelming power, driven only by a single desire, to destroy everything they see. Some were defeated, such as the nightmarish Ulanat, whose carapace to this day towers above the capital of Osirion. Others proved too strong to be defeated by mortal hands. Justinian frowns. The most terrible of them all was the Trask, everyone's favourite D&D monster. The Armageddon engine, who to this day lies dormant deep beneath Avistan. This was Pathfinder First Edition, which basically took the Trask from 3.5 edition D&D. So literally the only way to permanently kill the Trask is to basically cast wish on it when it's dead. No less, her schemata of what must be a heavy blueprint. Enfys, it's a dragon, but better because it's 5 dragons. You're thinking of Tiamat, Enfys. The Trask is basically Godzilla with the serial numbers filed off. I think a lot of people used to represent it on boards by using action figures of the Rancor from Return of the Jedi. No less, wasn't it that Wish puts it back to sleep for 1,000 years? I think that's 5th edition or 2nd edition Pathfinder. 1st edition Pathfinder, you could just kill it. Although, to be fair, I think quite a lot of people theorise they could just have a town devoted to just stabbing it every day, so it doesn't regenerate. Oh, you got the names mixed up, Enfys. Fair enough. Have wars ever been waged in her name? Justinian sighs. Alas, yes. Terrible battles once fought between the followers of Nephis, Norgabar, and Serene Ray in the lands now known as Rahadome. To my shame, I must admit that this conflict was started by my brothers and sisters. They came to a foreign land to make way for the goddess's light with sword and fire. That calamity became known as the Oath Wars. A catastrophe that led to the inheritors of Rahadum to deny all gods, banning all faiths from their lands. Oh yeah. I think the iconic oracle, that's basically sort of like a sorcerer, divine caster version of a sorcerer in 1st edition Pathfinder was from there. Alas, the mortal vessel is imperfect, and even a pure faith may be distorted by blind ambition. Justinian goes silent for a moment, and great suffering may occur in its name. Okay, let's talk about something else. What are the teachings of Serenre? Solar Flame Goddess is the light of salvation, even to those who have been forsaken by the other gods. Okay, she has got the coolest monikers, to be fair. She teaches us mercy and forgiveness, for as long as they may be useful to a soul's salvation. You make it sound like the followers of Serene Ray will try to find a good, even in a bandit with a knife to their throat. Yeah, that's a chaotic neutral answer. Do not mistake compassion for weakness, Brioche. One hand of Serene Ray is shrouded in healing light, the other holds a schemata. Following their goddess, the priests learned to wield this weapon starting in childhood, and they did not hesitate to use it if a dispute could not be settled peacefully. Okay, Nick's all done telling the government that you don't owe them a goddamn thing. Oh yeah, is that the Twitch tax thing, or is it your actual actual tax return to our actual government? No less, how many Siren Rays have there been? We aren't on the 8th one by any chance, are we? I don't know. She is. Siren Ray the 8th. She is. I don't guess it. Wait. Was that a Henry VIII joke? Oh, your actual government one, Nick. Self-assessment. Tax doesn't have to be taxing. Who was it in those adverts? Adam Hart Davis? Serene Ray preaches mercy, yet her compassion is not infinite. We give a second chance to all who ask, but if they reject it, they persist in their sins, they will face the goddess's retribution. Are there any undeserving of mercy? Tristanian blindly gazes past you into the distance for several moments. Wait, wrong voice. Tristanian blindly gazes past you into the distance for several moments. When he speaks again, his voice is quiet, reflective, as if echoing his thoughts. Undeserving of mercy? Would even Serene Ray find herself the compassion to? Justinian shudders as if awakening from a trance. Forgive me. Your words, they're not easy ones to reconcile. And even priests such as I, we debate them to this day. What is the point at which a soul is irredeemable? Or is it a failing of the priests themselves? See, this is why I love streaming. My chat just attracts all the best punsters in the land. These are difficult questions you ask, Brioche. Questions wise men have debated for centuries. Does a being that has been tainted by evil, to its very roots, that rejects its own salvation, still deserve compassion? Can those compelled to do evil by others still seek forgiveness? There is no easy answers on these issues among Serene Ray's followers. As for me, I believe that every soul carries the potential for goodness within, no matter the crime. The guilty may find forgiveness if they repent and cast off the evil that led to the deed. I believe this with all my heart, Brioche. Okay, so my options here... I can just say he's a nice guy, lawful good. I do not agree, there are crimes that cannot go unpunished. Neutral good. I like this idea, even though following through with it demands a lot of spiritual strength. Chaotic good. There's good in everyone. One just has to look deep enough. Even for those who feel lost or broken, or unrepentant, to have light in their souls, and it's possible to help them see it. Neutral, an abstract theory, and little to do with real life. Neutral evil. It sounds stupid and pathetic. Wow, mean. No less, there are no easy answers till Pathfinder goes woke. I mean, ironically enough, Pathfinder was basically the progressive version of D&D, because they did actually sort of make an effort when they split off from 3.5 edition. But the extent of that for alignment was basically, well, actually they dropped racial alignment more or less, except for stuff like demons. And basically they made it so alignment is based entirely on choices rather than actions. Although that does have the side effect that it doesn't take motivation into account when deciding alignment. Except when it does. To be honest, I think 5th edition's approach of just sort of downplaying alignment in the first place is the best way to go. Anyways, yeah, I think I'm going to be a bit cynical about this and go neutral. Justinian smiles faintly. I cannot argue with this, and nevertheless, I'll keep to my opinion. Okay, what are your duties? My goddess strives to see the best, even in the dark gods. She never abandons the hope of their redemption. The priests of Serene Ray follow her teachings, akin to the healing light herself, who emanates warmth and heeds the call of those in need. We aid the suffering in body and spirit throughout Glorian. The priests of Serene Ray are willing to help anyone no matter the faith of the one in need. Each plea must be heard. Every misfortune deserves compassion, be it a peasant seeking a blessing for the harvest, or a murderer seeking repentance the night before their execution. Sometimes the mercy of the solar flame goddess is the last thing that can save one's soul from ruin. We have no right to withhold it from the truly repentant. How is she worshipped? Many worship Solar Flame Goddess in her temples. Okay, if I had to pick a religion, I probably would just go for Solar Flame Goddess, because that is rad as hell. Some make the pilgrimage to the Everlight Oasis, but even those who do not serve the goddess directly rarely shun the festivities dedicated to her. The Sun-wrought Festival for one. Serene's shrines are often open to the sky and to the goddess's life-bringing sunlight. Wait, they're literally just that guy from Dark Souls. The Praise the Sun guy. Nolus, in your opinion, if you have outsiders like fiends and celestials, such just or be spirits who became those creatures because of how they'd been in life, it ties up the whole thing. Yep, Brularia is here. Wait, Brulair is here, and he's this guy, I guess. I mean, to be fair, I think it's usually... I think devils and demons start off as a soul... Actually, no. Devils... I think it's devils, basically human soul... Well, humanoids who are particularly unpleasant become the lowest sort of level of demon. Sorry, devil. And they can sometimes be sort of raised because they're the lawful evil. And I think demons are just literally formed from the abyss. And I think all the Celestials are just made that way. I remember in 3rd edition there was petitioners who were the spirits of former humanoids in life. But they just mostly hung out on their in their plane that served as the afterlife. Her light fills the temple, enshrouds the parish in warmth, and grants its blessing to all in need. In Kalesh, the crowds gather during the services so that all may feel the blessing of the goddess. What do they do when it's overcast? The most ingenious devices are constructed by some of the faithful to please the goddess. I've seen a temple of Serene Ray, which houses a complicated array of mirrors, all to direct the light of the sun to the altar. Tell me of the Everlight Oasis. I've never been there, but the stories say it's a wondrous place, sacred to Serene Ray's faithful. The oasis is located in Zel Shabar, which lies in the Casa Maran. Pilgrims from throughout Galarian travel there, seeking the goddess's blessing. I hope he doesn't have much dialogue left, because this is hurting my throat. It's like my Phoenix Wright voice, but worse. No less, you think 5th edition just has it mixed in where people can reincarnate as fiends, but there are also some who are formed out of the plane alignment wheel energy stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, I forget. Are there also a neutral evil devil? Was that Pathfinder I was thinking of? Not devil, neutral evil type of fiend. According to legend, the waters of the Everlight Oasis are imbued with the healing properties, and anyone who bathes in them shall be cured of any ailment. Justinian smiles in thought. Just imagine, a place where people from all around the world could gather to worship. What stories they must share. The Sun-wrought Festival takes place on the day of the summer solstice, when the prayers of her flock can reach Serene Ray the easiest. On this day, Kalesh blooms with colour. In each corner of the Padish Empire, the people praise their goddess by dancing and singing, setting off fireworks and killing flying kites. I have no idea why I've read killing kites there. No offence to birds of prey meant. No less Yugoloths, that was what I was thinking of. They're just all mercenaries who play either side in the blood war. You don't think they really have much of an identity, to be honest. Yeah. I hope the beautiful customs shall one day reach your land as well, Brioche. Calling my character Brioche has made it so every line of dialogue so threatening. The more I hear, okay, that's kind of a mean thing to say. What brought you to these lands? I heard rumours. They say these lands are cursed and the curses keep growing stronger. As if something is granting them power. I could not ignore such rumours. What curses are you talking about? Justinian cocks his head to the side and wonder. Do you not see? Every word uttered in the heat of an argument turns into a prophecy here, just waiting to fulfill itself. And if it were only for the people, the land itself is seething with curses so ancient, their origins are impossible to trace. Okay, I think it's that time again. No less Padishah. Oh, Padishah. Probably not a Shana reference then. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Sorry, Nolus. And thank you for the preemptive quote. Take the abandoned temple of Eristil, where we met. What happened to it? What force compelled the priests to leave such a magnificent temple behind to the whims of nature? Will we ever know? I myself was nearly slain by those beasts. Fortunately, you came along, following Jod, and saved me. I owe you a great debt. You've come a great distance indeed. Justinian laughs heartily. When you look at it that way, then yes. But please do not think that I came all the way from Kalesh because of mere curiosity. I was wondering long before that. It is a custom of our faith. The farther our path takes us, the more people we may help. Why did Jod? That's this other cleric, in case you hadn't noticed. See you in his premonition. Sarenrae sees all the good gods and goddesses as her allies. Many have fought alongside the goddess, against the menace of Rovagug. Erastil among them. By offering my prayer to Sarenrae, I let her know of my misfortune in the Temple of the Elk. The merciful goddess did not ignore my plea, but whom could she asked for aid than Erastil, whose faith is strong in these lands. No less, Shannara is the setting of Terry Brooks' old school fantasy series. He got a Netflix show a while back, actually. We didn't have high hopes for it. Padishah Creel is a particularly Chadley side character in one of the series. Okay. Erastil had sent Jod a sign, and you came just in time to rescue me. Trinian sighs. To tell the truth, I was certain my journey was at an end, and those creatures were to be the death of me. These are cruel lands. As I came here, I bore witness to much pain and suffering. But I have seen equal kindness among those seeking to protect themselves and their loved ones. People of the stolen lands are resolute and true to themselves. I admire their strength. You called yourself the chosen of Sarenrae. What do you mean by that? Sorry, that was a mere jest. Other acolytes at my temple used to tease me of that title. This should tell you how pious and devoted I was compared to them. Oh god, he's one of those sorts. And yet my faith is strong. Sarenrae knows this and protects me in times of great peril. If something ever threatens my life, by her divine powers, I'm transported to a safe location. Justinian bows his head. Pleasure. Okay, quite a lot of party members here.
How may I serve you?
You just magically teleport to safety. Nolus, if you recall correctly, his ancestor Panamon Creel is a cool roguey weapon master with a spike hand. Intriguing. Okay, I found the Temple of the Elk and killed the beasts in there.
Erastil be praised, you finally returned, my good friend. Tristan told me how you helped him at the Temple of the Elk. Thank you for heeding my request. My heart is calm and filled with confidence that I've followed the will of my God. I would like to reward your bravery. I possess no treasure, but please, take this as a token of appreciation.
Scroll of Remove Blindness too. Nice.
As far as I know, your next target looks to be the Stag Lord himself. With the Temple of the Elk cleansed of evil, the fog surrounding us should disperse to reveal the path to the brute's lair. Of course, magic so powerful is unlikely to disappear all at once. Bide your time. Follow up on other concerns while you wait. I will gladly aid you on your noble quest. Erastil himself foresaw our meeting.
Jord bows piously. Do you understand the true meaning of your visions now?
I trust in their truth. These visions, they were the voice of Erastil himself. Quiet but clear. Before all this happened, I believed Erastil had turned his back to me. But now, I see clearly. He has shown me divine mercy, for he has led me to you and invited me to aid in a fellow priest's deliverance. Lady Sarenrae and Erastil walk the paths of the gods hand in hand, and so must their servants as well. Tristan is undoubtedly still very young, and youth is a time of naivete and confusion. But I see kindness and strength of spirit in him, traits indispensable to a priest. I sense that all that's transpired thus far is only the beginning, and the future promises great things for Tristan and for you. This is why Erastil led me to the Temple of the Elk. Day and night I pray for you and for my young friend. May the Stag God lead you down the true path.
Nolus, Erastil, the widow next door. Okay, that's enough of this. I think Erastil is basically the sort of oldest god. His worshippers are all a bunch of anarcho-primitivists, but also lawful good. Wait until the fog clears away. Oh yeah, what other side quests do I have? Stolen land. Okay, have to wait for Tartukio to show up again. Oh yeah. I should probably go investigate the river. Companion quests. Okay, that's weird. It thought it had taken someone as a slave, even though I'd refused. Oh yeah, I should probably find those moon radishes. Oh well, let's turn in this quest next. Ooh, 400 gold coins and a masterwork longbow. Notice this text is far too small to read, so you're just grabbing random names to attempt to riff off. Except obviously that time you're just falling back on Serenray the 8th time again. Remembers Amari wins technicality and laughs. To be fair, that was quite a good joke. And to be fair, it wasn't weeks ago, it was like 2 days ago on Monday. Oleg looks at the blood-stained boar's head with respect, touching its tusk with his finger to test how sharp it is. That's one heck of a beast. I'd love to have a trophy like that, but a deal is a deal. The head goes to the old Benzen, and his bounty goes to you. Okay, the other gangs. The other gangs, if they're still here, try their best to keep a low profile. As for the Stag Lord's men, well, the most notable of them are his 3 lieutenants. The oldest one's name is Akiros. He's from somewhere around Taldor. He's fierce in a fight, but from what I hear, he isn't cruel by nature. The other 2 are Dovin and Arx. They're usually seen together. Arx is the mountain of a man with the mind of a 5-year-old, albeit a mean and bloodthirsty one. He's quite the fan of torture and bloody executions. Dovan, though, that one's a snake in a man's body. I hope to never meet him in the flesh. The rumours about him are more than enough for me. Okay, that's tasks. Yeah, I should probably get rid of some of the vendor trash. Don't need the crossbow, don't need the scale mail. Save the masterwork longbow, because I can equip it to... Don't think anyone can use the quarterstaff. Chain shirt +1. I'll give that to someone. Notice we've got a Master Blaster situation coming up. Possibly. Nolus, you missed Monday. It was last week at least. Okay, I can't remember them. Irregular, Ornstein and Smile. Yold, Horace and Jasper. Careful, Nick's already come within a hair's breadth of running a Cruella de Vil style plot for D&D. Okay. Weapon. Okay, new people. Octavia. Oh, hello. Octavia gives you a fetching smile. Something you need? Could you tell me about your childhood, please? Octavia sighs. Too little. Some scraps of memories. No more than that. What exactly do you remember? Hello, XX Outlaw. Love this game. How far in the campaign am I? I just cleared the Temple of the Elk, so I'm assuming I'm going to fight the first major boss enemy. Octavia reflects on that, tapping her fingers against her cheek. Nothing special. Some images of a faraway past, that's all. I do remember wooden table legs. The paint on them was peeling off, and I was standing on my toes trying to peek at what was on the table. I remember a wild rose by the window. It kept me up at night, scratching the glass with its gnarled branchlets. I do remember my mother's blue dress. It was a trifle battered, but it smelled of lavender. Octavia wrinkles her forehead. I guess that's all. Not much there, right? All those memories, it's like they're not mine at all. I recall some images, and I know I should feel something about them, but I don't remember what exactly I should feel, so I let them rot in a swamp with tassel worms. Octavia grins cheerfully. My life's good enough without them. What do you know about your parents? You're a half-elf, right? Am I? Octavia examines herself as if seeing herself for the first time. You know, I think you might be right. I'm rather slim and tall, and I can see well in dim light. Okay, she's read her character sheet at last. She raises her hands and touches her ears. Aha, they're a bit pointy. Yes, I'm definitely a half-elf. I mean, technically that could also apply to a tiefling. Let's think about that logically. So my mother was an elf and my father was a human. Or maybe it was the other way round and my mother was a... Finally, Octavia can't take it anymore and bursts into laughter. having spoiled her own act. So that's it. Now you know as much about my parents as I do, she says after her laughter subsides. Do you remember how you were enslaved? I remember the man who took me away from my home. He was big with a huge pot belly and a shaggy beard. I was afraid he would eat me. Octavia shrugs. Anyway, he didn't stay with me long. He gave me to his slave accomplices and I never saw him again. Have you played the sequel at all, Outlaw? I'm kind of hyped to get onto that after this because it's my favourite module. When my mother was giving me to him, she was crying. I can still barely hear her quiet voice, but I can't recall her words or her face behind the tears. Just that lavender smell. It tickled my nose and I wanted to sneeze. Did my mother sell me into slavery? But then why was she crying? As if she didn't want me to be a slave. Why didn't she try to save me? Octavia twirls her hair, pondering over the thought, then sighs. One more riddle from my past that I don't care to solve. It must be horrible being unable to recall your childhood. Oh, I recall my childhood in rather bright details. It was spent in dirty barracks. I wore flea-infested rags and slept on a straw mattress instead of a proper bed. Octavia smiles humorlessly. No, I understand what you mean. You know, to be honest, I'm not sure I want to remember my childhood before slavery. If I could remember what I lost, it'll probably just bring me back more pain. Octavia shakes her head several times and makes herself smile again. So it's good that I don't remember much of anything. Will you tell me about your life in slavery? And can you just ask someone that? I don't like to recall it, but if you insist. Octavia frowns. The slavers from the Technic Leave tried to ruin my life, but all they could do is ruin my childhood. My enslavers from the Technic League funded a large expedition into the Stolen Lands. 100 agents, tens of slaves, wagons. We were to search for some ancient artifacts or ancient ruins. Octavia shrugs. Our group never made it to the Technic League hideout. Along the way, it was attacked by the future owner of the Stolen Lands herself. That's me. And I'll be forever grateful to her for it. Octavia winks cheerfully. Did you have many masters over the years? Yes, many of them. Some owned me for years, others felt they'd had enough of me in a couple of months. Trust me, I did all that I could to make every master eager to get rid of me. A slave that's trained in magic is a rather expensive thing, so they wouldn't kill me. At least that was the hope. So I drooled, I played an idiot, and I listened to every new master argue with my former one, trying to return me. Sometimes I punctured the pages of magic books I was forced to copy with a quill. Other times I pretended to mix up the spells, so instead of lighting a magic torch, I set dozens of dancing lights floating just below the ceiling. Outlaw, you've not played it yet. Just bought it on Steam the other day. You have it installed and ready to go. Just waiting for the free 8 to 12 hours to play in a single session. Yeah. I don't think I'd have ever got round to this if I hadn't had a chance to stream it, to be honest. Oh, I was taught magic by Janish of Starfall, one of the most famous wizards in Numaria. Maestro Janish, as he insisted on calling himself. Octavia's voice overflows with contemptuous sarcasm. Anyone would be happy to learn from such a great master. Only a talented birch like myself would dare to reject his teachings and indulge in her laziness. At least that's what Maestro Janash used to repeat constantly, while whipping knowledge into my back. The great Maestro was a big fan of punishment. Octavia's lips press into a thin line. The Technic Leave didn't care if a few slaves died under the Master's whip, as long as Maestro Janash provided an arcane-trained one in return. A Officially, there's no slavery in Numeria, but the Technic League is above any law. A slave with an aptitude for the arcane is worth more than a regular one. The slave's repertoire is almost limited to the simplest and safest spells, of course. Ever tried to run away? What a silly question. Of course I tried. As soon as we saw that even the tiniest opportunity to get free, Reg and I grabbed for it. On one occasion we jumped from the cart into the river. There was a time where we spent weeks trying to dismantle the far wall of the barracks and make a path out. Sometimes we attacked our guards when they least expected it. We crave freedom. We've only to dream about it. Those short days, sometimes weeks, that we spent on the run were the happiest days of my life. We used to hide in the woods or blend in with the crowd on the streets of Starfall. Midnight stars were our guarding lights, and we shared our dream with them, to reach the river kingdoms. For in these lands there were neither slaves nor masters. We were starving and freezing, but that was the real life. Too bad it usually ended too soon. The Technic League agents always found us in the end. I don't know how they managed to do it. They probably used magic, or maybe it was just our fate. They whipped us and returned us to our old masters, or sold us to new ones, if the old ones refused to pay. So we were slaves again, but the dream about the river kingdoms never left our hearts. Hey Al, how's it going? Oh, of course, in advertising purgatory, no less. You've been meaning to play this since you got it for free on Epic. Yeah, I got my copy in, I think it was a Steam sale, actually. Never got round to it until I decided to stream it. But as I keep saying, Wrath of the Righteous is my favourite Pathfinder adventure path, so I'm hoping to get onto that next. You're good? So full of Thai food right now? Fair enough. I had a takeaway myself today, but I went with the plainer, but nevertheless robust doner kebab and chips. Have your masters ever hurt you? You figured that out, didn't you? Octavia narrows her eyes. Or maybe you want to hear all about the beatings I survived, the humiliations I've endured. Imagine the worst thing one person can do to another, and multiply it tenfold. That's what happened to me nearly every day in slavery. Masters, oh how I hated that word. Octavia shakes her head furiously, making her locks dance. They punished me because they wanted to hurt me. What hurt even more was the mere fact of their existence. Octavia stops you, gently touching your hand. Wait, I want to tell you. She sighs and shakes her head as if trying to collect her thoughts. The Technic League agents you rescued us from, Reg and I tried to run away many times, but they always managed to find us eventually. I have no reason to hope that this time they've lost track of us for good. Yep, it's a good choice, Al. Al, you keep thinking about P up Wrath, but you've been putting it off until you played this. Yeah, same. I mean, they're not connected in any way, but I just thought, you know, if I play through this, I'd get the whole experience. Okay, so the basic option is I won't let anyone harm those who are dear to me. Whatever happens, you can count on me. So there's chaotic good. I won't let those slave traders take you. Lawful neutral. You're with us now. We can make a deal with them. Heck no. Lawful evil. I own you now. Okay, so I'm trying to stay chaotic neutral, so Octavia raises her eyes to you and gives you such a warm smile that you're unable to not smile back. In the depths of her eyes, you notice something that wasn't there before. This unnamed feeling hard in a moment, but you're sure you know what it was. Trust. Thank you, Octavia whispers, touching your shoulder. Okay, what's your relationship with Regognar? Octavia shrugs awkwardly. We're together, she answers simply. The way you said it We're together sounded unconvincing. Is something wrong? You've noticed? Well, I didn't mean that. Now I have to explain. Octavia shakes her head. I'm not sure I know how to put it correctly. You see, Reg seems to treat me like his property. Like, he's just standing literally there. He's always kind to me and it feels good when we travel together, or when we share a blanket at the campsite. But he always calls me my Octavia. I've told him over and over again that I don't belong to anyone, that I'm my own, that I stay with him by my own free will. He only grins when I say that. I bet he likes to think that I'm his. I mean, his character sheet literally says he's chaotic evil, so... Exactly, no less. This man is a Reddit post come to life. Obviously in playing chaotic neutral, so the only deal with them I'm going to be making is if they go away, they won't have a pointy object where their spleen should be. Never mind though, I'll sort it out somehow. Octavia shakes her head, making the troubling thoughts go away. When did you meet Reg? Years ago, when I was studying magic at Maestro Junish's. Reg was his student too, although you couldn't actually say he was really studying anything. Reg had his own ways to cast spells. He never needed the Maestro's instructions. You see, unlike wizards, Reg draws power directly from his innate bloodline abilities. Janesh didn't realise the nature of Reg's powers when he took the young boy as his new student, and when he finally understood them, he just taught the negligent half-orc to control his powers to avoid harming himself or the others. Oh yeah, so those not familiar with D&D and by extension Pathfinder lore, wizards basically have to study magic to do it, but sorcerers just have it spontaneously. Outlaw, what class of race am I playing? Tiefling rogue all the way. Enfys, you were shaking your head made troubling thoughts go away. Yeah, it just gives me a headache personally. Reg and I have been together ever since. We could both use magic, but more importantly, we both crave freedom. We used to vow that to each other that someday we'd break free from the unbearable captivity, or die trying together. Octavia gives you a warm smile. I guess it's good that we only fulfilled the first part of that vow. You owe him much? Octavia winces. I don't like this "owe" word. I don't owe anything to anyone. Everything I do of my own free will. But, to answer your question, yes, Reg has done a lot for me. I can't count how many times he was whipped by masters because of me, how many times he took the blame for my doings. He never complained when they dragged him, beaten and covered in blood, to the slave barracks. He just groaned and clenched his fists, while I bandaged his wounds with the scraps of my filthy clothing. We've always been together, my whole life, as slaves and free people. I wouldn't be me if not for him. The fact that Reg is so impulsive, doesn't that bother you? That is a very delicate matter. Octavia winces, looking away. Reg means a lot to me, and he endured a lot for me, but some parts of him just scare me. Again, chaotic evil on his character sheet. Nick, your favourite type of tiefling rogue is the strength-based ones. I mean, athletics is a legitimate rogue's class skill, just saying. He becomes extremely bloodthirsty when it comes to slavers. Don't get me wrong, I hate slavers with all my heart. And I'll do a lot to cleanse the world of their filth. But Reg, he'd do anything. Understand? Absolutely anything. I'm afraid that anger might kill everything good in him. Again, he's already chaotic evil on his character sheet. I've attempted to talk to him about it many times, but he just won't listen. He just becomes even angrier after our conversations. Octavia sighs sadly. Oh well, maybe he's got a character arc there. Nick, grapple rogues. They make no goddamn sense. Compels you though. Yeah, imagine playing a rogue and relying on grapples. You might as well play a monk. I just have to ask, how do you manage to look so gorgeous when we're out in the middle of nowhere? Okay, I'm going to assume the game is letting me just ask this as a question. Oh, so you noticed. Octavia smiles slyly. My appearance is the result of daily effort, and it's not easy. Do you know how much time it takes to create good makeup? Or to mend a dress, even with the help of magic? So if someday you wake up early, an hour before dawn or so, you can actually check on me. You'll see how much I prepare myself for a new day. Okay, so we've got Octavia, Flower of the Stolen Lands. You're as beautiful as you are dangerous. You strike down monsters with your spells. You strike down people with your beauty. Okay, that line would work on me. Outlaw, Wild Mage Sorcerer is the best. I'll be honest, I'm not great at playing spellcasters. Enfys is that grounded laughing manically you hear in the distance. Why? Whatever do you mean? Post grounded emoji in chat. Chaotic good. You should put a lot of effort into this, but the results make it worthwhile. Neutral. So much effort that that's your business. Lawful neutral. I'd prefer that you get enough rest. Stop wasting your time in this nonsense. Okay, so the first one's coming on a bit strong for my tastes. Chaotic good's fair enough. Complimenting her effort. Neutral and lawful neutral feel less like morally neutral and more like being kind of a jerk. Nick, in your Fandel of a campaign, a wild magic sorcerer wiped out party wipe by rolling atrociously on the table. Ended up rolling 5 times, turning blue, getting an eye in the middle of their forehead, casting fireball, and then resurrecting themselves. Nolas, Vancian spellcasters aren't great. I mean, to be fair, 5th edition makes Vancian spellcasting a bit better, because you still have to pick your spells and prepare them, but you can cast any spell from a spell slot, so it's not so bad. But here, if you're a spellcaster, you have to specifically select each individual spell and burn it off, which is kind of a nuisance. Okay, I'll go chaotic good. You bet. You know, I like to feel attractive even when we're on the march. Octavia flashes a teasing smile at you. It feels so good to be a beauty in a group full of barely washed and extremely reckless young gentlemen. You're my thorns and I'm your rose. Octavia giggles. You worship Calistria, right? Yes, many slaves survived only thanks to their faith. Some lived hoping for a day when a good deity would deliver them. Some even offered deals to the evil gods. But me and Reg? Calistria, also known as the Savoured Sting, the Unquenchable Fire, is the goddess of lust and revenge. Yep, her favourite animal is the wasp. Fair enough. Nick, you remind of the NPC you designed around fireballing themselves. Outlaw, fireball is the answer to all problems as a caster class player. Hey, I'm just saying, a rogue who can get a good sneak attack off can do just as much damage as fireball, albeit to only one target, and they don't use up any spell slots. But of course, we all know the best damage dealer is a 90-foot fall. Enfys, you wouldn't have taken it on your current caster even if you could have. Everyone would be going half damaged at all times. Yeah, for those who don't know, in Nick's D&D campaign, my characters are grounded. He was a tiefling rogue that I've basically built around being very good at climbing and also being very good at grappling. Because really, you don't really need a flying character. You just need someone who's good at getting to heights. But me and Reg, Callistria has taught us the most important things. Expect no gifts from above, rely only on ourselves, never forgive those who have wronged us, but at the same time, savour every droplet of pleasure we could squeeze from our bleak days. Nick, good character in your opinion? One of your top 10 members of the Guild of Icons. Context, there has not been more than 10. Granted is number 10. And yes, it's true. There is a owlin in the party who has actually spent less time off the ground than grounded. Octavia's smile fades a little. I try not to view my life as a never-ending course of sufferings. Yes, I've had my share of hard times. Do I need to recall them? After all, along with the bad things, I've done some good things as well. I had a dream, I followed it, and eventually it came true. Following that path, I met Reg and you. Now I'm free and surrounded by friends. Like, we met each other like 2 days ago. Why do you need to find the technically agents? I broke free from slavery. Thanks to you, I've obtained everything I dreamed of. My freedom and the opportunity to control my own life. I want to use this opportunity to fight the Technic League. At least the part of it that operates here in the Stolen Lands. I wish to free all the slaves from their Technic League masters. Sure. Octavia gives you a friendly smile. Come any time. Okay, I'm just going to check character sheets. Oh, I can level her up. Physical enhancement, dexterity. What's her class? Oh, wizard rogue, multi-class. Okay. Oh yeah, so this is something interesting. Pathfinder in 3rd edition D&D had prestige classes, which is basically sort of, because obviously you can multi-class, And a prestige class was a class you could multi-class into when you've met certain prerequisites. Nick, while Fluey, you think you finally cracked the finale and how it's going to structure? It might end up being 7 sessions instead of 6, but it'll be way more satisfying, you think? And Fizz, to be fair, she's only got recently probably got out of a horrendous situation. Fast-tracking a friendship with her saviors is a normal reaction. Yeah, I suppose there's worse basis for a friendship. Oh, thanks for the follow, Outlaw. Okay. Arcane Trickster. Wait, I thought Arcane Trickster was my default class. Oh well. Yeah, I'll probably make her Arcane Trickster as soon as I can, so what do I need? Trickery, Mobility, Sneak Attack, 2nd level Arcane spells. Okay, new spells. Oh, thank you for the hydrate posture check, Al. And trivia. I'll sort that out in a sec. Outlaw, Octavia is best leveled into Arcane Trickster. She's practically built for the class. Fair enough then. I'll try and level her that way if I use her. That's a point. What was my Am I staying chaotic neutral more or less? Eldritch Scoundrel, that was what I was called. Obviously, I was getting a bit confused because 5th edition D&D got rid of prestige classes and just introduced subclasses. I sort of think of Arcane Trickster as the sub. Well, I keep thinking of prestige classes and subclasses as the same sort of thing. No less ouch of gracelessness is when you stub your toe on a bit of furniture. Exactly. Oh yeah, random bit of trivia. Owlbear Games lost the license to develop this game in 2021, and that's why there's not been any updates since. Okay, Regongar.
What do you want? Have a little chat? Alright, it's not like we have anything better to do.
Tell me about yourself.
What is there to know? I was born, I'm alive, haven't died yet. Not enough for you.
Remember your childhood? Regongar scowls.
What a crap question. I was just a kid when they sold me. Before that I don't remember much. Smoky fires, stinky hides, always bumping along on a horse. I think I was born in one of the Kellet tribes of Numeria. There are many. Some survive on their own, some give up their pride and serve the Technic League. Guess mine was one of the cowards, if they sold one of their own kids. I remember my father's hands, rough, scarred, white. So I guess I got this green skin from my mum. I don't remember her. I think I remember playing with another half-orc child. Brother maybe. For some reason they didn't sell him. Just me. Father gave me his dagger to play with. Never gave it to me. I don't want to remember. Forget all this. I'm an orphan.
Regongar waves his hand dryly. I wonder if there's going to be a side quest where you get to find Regongar or Octavia's family.
I grew up a slave that I remember well. So many things burned into my memory. Most of all, I remember her, my Octavia. Today we're almost the same age, but back then she was twice as young as me. Just a child, but a brave one. Cunning, bold and beautiful. The most beautiful girl in the world.
Okay, that is not an entirely healthy way to think of someone, but... And yep, it's kind of a shame. Yep, capitalism messes it up as usual, no less. Although, to be fair, they put a lot of the refinements they found into Wrath of the Righteous from the ground up, so... I know I keep saying this, but favourite adventure path. So I'm glad they made that one better. What deity do you worship?
Never got much help from the gods so far. If you make me choose, I'd say Calistria. Who else could I worship? The Save and Sting, the goddess of pleasure, fun and revenge. Oh yeah.
Kind of interesting that he's chaotic evil and she's chaotic good. Where'd you get your magic powers?
What magic powers? What magical powers the hell is he talking about? Oh, you mean these?
Regongar makes lightning run over his hands with a contented smile, then snaps his fingers, invoking a shower of blinding sparks.
I've had them since I was born. At least one thing I can thank my scum parents for. Maybe these powers are why they sold me into slavery. Think they were scared? Who knows? Damn Numerians.
Yeah, I think I might be wrong, but Numeria is basically sort of like the fantasy Wild West. Outlaw, you're hoping that doesn't happen with Baldur's Gate. That releases next year and is currently in beta. Oh yeah, Nick's been streaming it occasionally.
At the Technic League, they drew my blood, did experiments, burned me with fire, tortured me with cold electricity, and they told me, you won't freaking believe it, they told me I had blue dragon blood in my veins. Not bad, huh? I'm a dragon, you freaks. Come check my blood if you dare.
Grinning, Regongar strikes his palm with a fist Another fountain of electric sparks shoots upwards. What do your tattoos mean?
They're magical. They help me control my powers. The Technic League gave them to me. I'd hoped that somewhere on my body there was at least one sign left by my tribe, but no. I guess they didn't care to bother. To hell with them. They better hope I never find them. If I ever meet my father, I'll even the score between us.
Yep, definitely gonna have a side quest where they find his family and they actually had very good reasons to sell him into slavery because apparently those exist. And I'll be, oh, I'm sad. And probably become chaotic neutral or something. Oh, sorry, I was cut off by an advert. Outlaw. How do you manage to use both a sword and magic and not cut off your fingers?
Simple. I'm just that bloody good.
The half-orc gives a contented grin. Oh no, I have to give him a Cockney accent. You enjoy making people suffer.
Why should I care about their suffering? I do what I want. If I step on people's toes, then they shouldn't have to put themselves in my way. But chasing someone down just to torture them, that's the only entertainment for maniacs like the Technic League. Well, on second thought. For them, I would make an exception. I'd love to watch as I fry them nice and slow.
So yeah, as I said, mechanically, Pathfinder, neither the game, the tabletop game nor this, makes a distinction between motivations for either actions. So the fact he's tracking, even if he's technically only tracking down Technic League members to torture them for fun. No less. Bree, this Phoenix but worse voice is killing my throat. Also Bree launches into a whole backstory marathon with a gumshoe voice character.
Hey pal, I'll do this voice if I want to.
Okay, yeah, my vocal cords are slowly dying, but I'm sure I don't have much dialogue left here. Outlaw, you can't wait until it's released in August. It'll finally unlock all the levels and you can get past level 5. Outlaw, the voice is dope. Ah, thanks. Being trans has some advantages. Okay, lawful good. Seems you're no more than a common felon. Okay, judgy. Neutral good. If you treat your enemies like that, what makes you better than them? Lawful neutral. So long as you're in my party, try to control yourself. I don't like meaningless atrocities. God, you sound like Gargoyle. Neutral evil. I for one enjoy the torments of others. Chaotic evil. Very amusing. And you're right, if someone gets in your way, it's their own fault. I'll take neutral good.
And why do you think I want to be better? What does it even mean? I have no delusions of purity. I don't need to prove myself or my enemies. I don't need to prove to myself or my enemies that I'm better than them. Morally, spiritually, whatever. I just want them rotting in the ground so I can live, drink wine, and pee on their graves.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I kind of wish they'd, if you, all the because most of the options were, well, all of the options there had, basically an alignment choice attached to them, so it would have been nice if, every time they do that, they still have at least one sort of neutralish answer. Tell me about your life in Numeria.
You mean my life as a slave? I didn't see much except for the slave barracks and the League's twisted laboratories.
How'd you become a slave?
I was sold by my own tribe when I was just a little brat.
The half-orc clenches his teeth, then spits on the ground and steps in it with his boot.
So I grew up in the slave barracks. I was raised to be sold, like a battle animal. They tried to break me, but they picked the wrong brat. No matter how much you beat this animal, he only gets angrier.
The half-orc punches himself in the chest and snarls. Why did your masters teach you magic? Oh, come on, you've been told like 5 different times he's a sorcerer.
Can you guess? Because my magic's in my blood. It's why they bought me. I wasn't raised as some lowly mob slave, but as a murder machine. I'd fetch quite a nice sum of gold. You might also ask if they knew I'd take the first opportunity to rip their own guts out, using everything they taught me. Huh, of course they did. But that's the Technic League. They calculate risk. Octavia kept pretending to be simple-minded, so they wouldn't expect anything of her, but I made every effort. Though they didn't teach me much. What is there to teach? It's not book magic, it's innate. They made me practice with my sword more. I did my best in everything. I studied all I could. They knew they were raising an enemy, but they thought they could keep me on a short leash, or sell me to someone with deep pockets, so I'd become someone else's problem. But who won in the end, huh? Who's free? Who'll bury them all?
A half-orc makes an obscene gesture in the northwestern direction towards Numeria. Okay, night, Jan. Thanks for dropping by. Nolus, excuse you, the lawful good is an escaped slave with a vendetta is just a criminal. To be fair, I think the lawful good is more pay. Revenge, if you want revenge. Basically, lawful good is the two goody two shoes one, so a lawful good character should be opposed to any sort of evil, even if it's sort of maybe justified evil. Enfys character, I keep my victims alive, so as I take a pound of flesh, it's still to fry, it's still fresh. Game, but all those victims are evil, so this is a good character. Yeah, to be fair, the system actually says torturing someone by cutting off meat to eat it would actually make you evil, because it wouldn't actually care that you're... Well, cannibalism is... Actually, I'm not sure. Yeah, I suppose cannibalism is kind of evil. But, I don't know, if it was a situation like Alive... Yeah, I think deliberately torturing someone to eat them isn't really that much better than, killing them to eat them, is it? Is it? Yes, it's probably not much better. No less you'd expect it to balance neutral. Yeah. To be fair, this system doesn't do the whole, if a character's designated evil, what you do to them's justified thing. Like 3.5 did. After all, as I keep saying, it's sort of completely action-based. So if you do something evil, you've done something evil, no matter who it was done to. What else did you see beyond your life in chains?
What could I have seen? Well, when we ran through Starfell. That's a fine city. Big, loud, many merchants, things to see, things to steal. But I didn't have much chance to walk around. It's the very nest of the Soling Technic League. We'll focus more on getting out alive. We met some barbarians. I asked them who might know what tribe I'm from, but they didn't know anything. I didn't have any tribal tattoos, nothing. Actually, they're alright. Well, some of them. The Blood Pikes one, they're great. All the rivers are theirs. We sailed with them during one of our escapes, almost all the way to Brivoy, and they didn't turn us in. But the White Scars got us after that. Those guys are shoot. They've sold their pride to the Technic League. Oh, one more thing. One time Octavia and I tried to escape and stumbled across a Numerian monster. I'll never forget. A huge spider the size of a house, made of metal, spitting fire, shooting deadly rays all around. That thing could probably tear even a dragon to pieces. Ruined our escape plans too. We had to go back.
Did you and Octavia try to escape?
What do you think? Of course we tried. I stopped counting how many times. Jumped from windows, dug tunnels, choked out guards, or seduced them. That happens too.
I'd like to think that it was actually Regongar who had seduced the guards instead of Octavia.
But these dirtbags caught us every time. Every bloody time. My back is covered with whip scars. Luckily we're a prized property. They'd spent too much gold on us to kill us. Anyone else would have been hung and forgotten. But they kept trying to break us and recoup their expenses.
See you in a bit, Nolis.
I don't know whether I could have survived by sheer stubbornness if it weren't for Octavia. I probably couldn't have. I'd have just given up and died. But I had to pull my girl out of that meat grinder, and she believed in me, and had enough hope for both of us. When I lay there with my back slashed to pieces, she whispered to me about the River Kingdoms, and where there's no slavery, where everyone can go wherever they want, and take whatever they want.
Okay. You had me until those last 5 words. Is slavery legal in Numeria?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. They have laws against it, even in Starfell. A third of the people live in bondage, and that's the capital. In regions where the Black Sovereign's hand doesn't reach, they hold tribal customs instead of laws. The barbarians don't keep slaves. Instead they have thralls. Big bloody difference. And on top of all that mess, there's the Technic League. Law and custom mean nothing to those slime balls. They just take whatever they and whoever they want.
What kind of relationship do you have with Octavia?
Well, my Octavia and I don't have a relationship. We have a life together.
How do you mean?
Back when we were children, we were taken as apprentices by a great spellmaster, Janusz. Maestro Janusz, he called himself. He was our teacher. Well, he made Octavia read books and memorize spells. I have my own innate magic. He trained me a bit, taught me how to control my gifts so I wouldn't lose control and incinerate myself like a dumbass. Oh teacher, we will meet again. There's one more test I must pass.
He is going to go all Pink Floyd.
But you were asking about my Octavia. We've been together all our lives. We learnt everything together. How to weave magic, how to survive, and as we grew older, we learned how to love. Without each other, we would never have gotten out of there, that's for sure. Would have given up and surrendered it to death. But together, that's a very different story. Not the first time, and not the 10th, but eventually we made it out.
Why do you call her yours? She doesn't seem to like it very much.
My girl loves freedom so much, and even a slight chance of losing it frightens her. She's so smart. You really think she feels like I'm trying to make her mine? Like an apple stolen to market? Me, who was skinned alive for trying to help her escape?
Kind of missing the point there.
If she's afraid of the word my, it's because she doesn't understand the difference between my boots and my heart. But she will understand sooner or later.
Are you faithful to each other?
Octavia and I are connected, and this connection cannot be broken. We grew into each other, you know. Jealousy is for weak cowards who don't trust each other and are scared of being tricked. If a knot on the side threatens your love, that just means there was no real love there to begin with.
Okay. Red flags everywhere.
She and I are together, to the end, and we will never part from each other. So when she likes some lad or some lass, it's no drama to me. I just ask her whether she wants me to leave them alone or join in, and she does the same.
Okay, or maybe they're just poly. That's fair enough.
What, you judging us? Or maybe you want to join us in our tent, huh?
A half-orc grins. I'm not here to judge, just curious. Because like me, my character is an asexual icon.
You asked, I answered. When you pry into others' lives, don't be surprised if you find something that'll keep you up at night. So long. If you want to know anything else, just ask. Don't be shy, just don't go pale when I answer.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. See ya. Okay, I don't think they'll have any new dialogue options. Nope. Yeah, exactly. He's several Reddit sub-forums come to life. I think, to be fair, what they're going for is they've got a thoroughly complicated relationship. Dunno. So maybe it's possible he'll sort of mellow out a bit with character development. Okay. So what have we got on the old quest log? "66 days and 21 hours. Okay, we need to wait for the fog to clear away. Have to wait to catch up with Tartukio again. Hand of the Technic League. Okay, so I basically just need to wait until they show up again. Probably a random encounter. Okay, I guess I'll go and investigate this riverbed then. Enfys, freedom and reasonable interactions are good ground to familiar out, to be fair. Yeah, that's true. Then again, usually, I think, I know the sequel has at least one companion who's basically a serial killer. So who knows, maybe he's just evil with a capital E, and you can't do anything about it. Okay. Yeah. I think I'll bench him for now, and I'll try and get her into Arcane Caster. I mean Trickster. Oh hey, good trans girl, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for good trans girl? The Endless Plains. This expanse could be the perfect place for a farm, once someone deals with the manticore that's claimed the plains for its hunting grounds. Yeah, we'll sort that out later. Let's go investigate this then. Okay, it's not letting me fast travel there. Okay, I didn't... Good trans girl. Going alright. Work and building a coffee table today. How am I? Yeah, I'm good. First shift after starting well, first shift after Christmas, but I've had 3 days off, so that was nice. Okay, I'm just gonna create a fresh save. It's been a while since I quick save, did anything but quick save.
This is my time to shine.
5 coins to cross the river.
The dangers don't frighten me.
I don't think anyone's been accepting coin for anything lately.
Hey, have a look.
Lockbox. Potion of resist cold. Silver ring. Fake flaff for some reason. Bloodstone. Scroll of shocking grasp. And some gold. Nice. Yep, time off is always nice. Back to work tomorrow, but I think I've got New Year's Day off as well. And New Year's Eve at least I finish early, so it's all good.
I'll share my path.
Something happened to the bridge here. So what's the coffee table then? Like an IKEA table, or are you building it from scratch? Okay, it's a zombie. Davik Nettle. The corpse's face is bloated from being so long in the water. The stench from its toothless mouth is so foul that your eyes begin to water. The hand, clenching a sinister-looking spear, is covered with scabs. Great, a zombie. Suddenly you feel faint, as if a cold, wet hand is placed heavy on top of your head. Wet hair sticks to skin, and trickles of icy water run down your face and shirt. A hoarse whisper rises inside your head. There you are. If winches in disgust. For the record, for those of you who aren't already aware, Yafal's undead herself. But apparently better looking. It just sort of made her not able to heal properly, and it made her goth game stronger than ever. So it was you who sent me those nightmares. Juggling deep chested laughter pierces your skull, clouding your vision and flooding your ears. All else becomes muffled as if you're trapped underwater. Shake your head to cast off the apparition. Who are you?
Davik Nettle.
A storm of bright images flashes before your eyes. A long time ago, this person, then a living man, came here from Brevoy, constructed a rope bridge, built a house and lived in it, collecting payment from those who crossed the river. How do you die? You see a vision of a lovely spring day. Sunbeams shine warm against your cheeks. 3 men approach the house by the bridge, one of them wearing an antlered helm. The Stag Lord. Angry faces, a quarrel, the glint of an unsheathed sword. Suddenly the Stag Lord's greedy eyes are twisted by surprise. The master of the house has unleashed his hounds. Nolus, Davik, did you enjoy your tea? Good trans girl from Target with instructions. You bought a pre-made one during the pandemic, and after a year and a half they cancelled your order. Oh, and you're welcome for the shout out. I just got a text saying a package I ordered from Amazon couldn't have been delivered. That kind of sucks. Hopefully I can get reorder it. Basically, I think one of the things in it was the Christmas present for my newborn nephew. A burning smell stirs you awake to the sound of loud barking. Flames are crawling up the walls, the sound of breaking glass. The bitter cold night air. You're outside. Outside the house, and something is wrong. An arrow strikes deep in your shoulder. You hear the guffaw of 10 throats. You run, already in the middle of the bridge. The man in the antlered helm cuts one of the ropes. An ear-splitting scream fills the air. What do you want from me? You see a vision of the man wearing an antlered helm. You hear a muffled groan, and the helm drops to the ground with a loud thud. Your hands are covered with hot blood. Too much blood.
Death to the Stag Lord.
Okay. Don't you just hate it when someone asks you to do something you're going to do anyway? It makes me want to do nothing just to spite them. See you in a bit, Nolus. Okay, chaotic neutral. I refuse to help you on principle. You shouldn't have messed with my head. Why must I be the one who does it? You feel invisible fingers as cold as stone draw aside the wet strand of hair from your forehead. Can you kill the Stag Lord yourself? You see the Stag Lord and his cutthroats trying to build a new bridge here, then running madly away from the rotting monster. The Stag Lord has avoided this place ever since. I'm tempted to go for the chaotic neutral option, but I kind of want to help this guy. Hey, Keith. Yeah, a few party wipes. I think about, to be fair, a lot of it was because I wasn't engaging with the magic system properly. But I've found, you know, I've sort of understand how stealth works now, and I'm actually getting sneak attacks off. Yeah, exactly, Enfys. A fair few, mostly down to learning aspects of the game. Magic? Keith? Magic in a D&D game? Yeah, no, right. Casters. Right now I'm deciding if I want to go chaotic neutral on the Zombil and refuse to help, or if I want to help them. Because, I mean, I'm not beholden to refuse to help someone just because I didn't like having vision sent to my head. Okay, I'll help. The drowned man who'd been sitting motionless nods his head. Come later. Take the spear. Octavia. I'd have helped him if he wasn't going to pay. He has had such a hard life. Well, hard and deaf. That must be even harder. The bloated face of the drowned man yawns open at you. You feel once more faint, and the invisible wet hands fall upon your brow again.
Greetings, Brioche.
Okay. Anything else around here?
How cute!
Oh. Guess we're done here then.
I'll share my path.
Like, get added to the quest list. Oh, it's already there.
The dangers don't frighten me.
Revenant. Not technically. I think Nolus a Revenant would be trying to actually sort of yeah, a Revenant would actually outright be trying to kill the Stag Lord themselves. I think asking someone else to do it for them's not really Revenant-y. I might be wrong though. Hey Iris. Thanks for the hydrating posture checks. Enfys, Revenant adjacent. Exactly. I don't know. I imagine there's some kind of undead in Pathfinder that... Yeah, it's been a while since I read the monster manual, to be honest, and there's like 6 volumes of them for first edition. Yeah, I think Pathfinder did Revenants about the same. Oop, and hydrate. Let's take a look at this old sycamore. Ooh, let's have a look at the hill. Hey there. Large water elemental. I mean, there's no reason it would be hostile. Wait, no, this is D&D. Of course it's going to be hostile.
This is my time to shine.
Well, let's go say hello. What's the worst that could happen?
I'm not afraid.
Okay.
Stand down.
Okay, see ya.
Unworthy.
Okay, what have you got? Let's cast Enlarge Person on Amari.
end.
Ready to drown? I was born ready. Oh, let's see what you got. Well.
Assist me or lose me.
Ooh, okay, that is a lot of damage. Well, let's go.
Hey!
You offend me.
Okay. This thing's got one heck of an AC.
Wretched things.
Projectile weapon out. Oh wait. Okay, it passed its fortitude saving throw. Oh, welcome back, Nerdless. And yes, Enfys, the big Barian. Okay, Octavia, what else you got? Telekinetic Fist. Well, let's just shoot.
Provoked.
Okay, I like that quote. Remove fear. Stunning barrier.
Your life ebbs low.
Okay, damage reduction. Great.
Bring it!
Okay, that's reduced, but no matter. Is it resistant to acid? Let's find out.
Despicable.
Lindsay. Grease is going to be so fun when I have a chance to use it. Okay, Daze doesn't apply. Let's just go for another scream then. That thing has got one heck of a saving throw.
This is for you!
Have I upgraded to do D12s to hit rolls yet? To be fair, I am consistently hitting now, so that's something. True strike.
What a waste. Become as dust.
This body holds no.
Tear them apart!
Ark. Goodness sake. laughter only, yeah, it's elementals are immune to mind-affecting effects. Gotcha. Okay, it's immune to daze. Oh well.
I'll fight if I have to.
Repent!
Ooh, that's nasty.
They go down!
Okay, enough of this. Nerlus, every time Yareth, or whatever her name is, goes, "This body holds no more," you think of Lady Clave. Yeah, I'm still trying to work out what to do for the next sort of arc for Blades, but I've got some ideas.
You can't stop me.
You can't stop me, Mrs. Touch of chaos.
Lost.
Okay. Almost there.
Your time is over.
Okay, Lindsay's out of screams.
Any last wishes? Consider me provoked.
She can take it.
Bring it!
Hey. Nerlus, this elemental can't stop my bolt because I can't aim. Exactly.
State your desire.
Tashani Savitu. Tashani Savitu.
Position, heal thyself. Right, what have we got around here? Potion of Restoration, lesser, good. Remove blindness, some gold.
I'll share my path.
Not really much around here. Oh wait, there's a cave. Is there anything in the cave? Nope, guess not. I supposed to be able to loot the remains of the... Guess not. Exactly, Enfys. Amari is best tank. Although, to be fair, I think she's not really so much a tank as, yeah, barbarians are more like frontline fighters than actual tanks. I think the only actual tank you can get is the paladin lady. Whom I did not recruit because she didn't like the cut of my jib. Let's have a look at the old sycamore. No less reminds you of a character from this old Xbox strategy game, Gladius. Archer whose catchphrase is "I never miss." Meanwhile, the QTE the game uses instead of dice rolls for her, in specific, are really hard. That reminds me of Xenoclash has the first one has a recurring enemy who's basically a mercenary whose catchphrase is "I never miss a shot," and he's actually blind and relies on sort of tricks to be able to track you down to aim. Although, to be fair, he is a very good shot when he can sense you. Enfys, what is a tank if not a frontline fighter that makes getting to your squishies a problem? That's true. And you know, if they just kill them before they get anywhere, that's just preemptive tanking. Keston Garres, the former captain of Jamandi Adore's personal guards, nods to you, as though you'd seen each other in Restov only yesterday. He limps noticeably, and his clothes are stained with blood, and looks every bit as grim and focused as when you first met. But this time you also sense a hint of excitement in his eyes. Okay, what's been going on?
News from Restov. The investigation that I've conducted at Lady Jamandi's orders have proved your innocence. Tartuccio was and still is the Pataxian spy. That dreadful night, it was him who had opened the gate and let the assassins in. It appears that he had planned to gain the barony and Eldori's support, only to later place these lands under the command of his true patron. King Iravetti is no stranger to intrigue, and likes to use others to do his dirty work.
Kenson winces.
Lady Jamandi sends her apologies.
I like the implication that he's just worded it so it's possible Tartuccio might not be a spy anymore. Still, thank you for the clarification.
Lady Jamandi ordered me to capture Tartuccio. We were following his trail when that damned mist fell. First, we entirely lost our way and then stumbled right into a bandit ambush. Alas, nearly all my people were wounded and can go no further. And so I am here asking for your aid. I'll point out on the map where Tartuccio is supposed to be.
Ooh.
Bring that scum to Oleg's trading post, dead or alive. Restov will not forget this favor. That sly bastard has caused us no little trouble, that's for sure. When he showed up in Restov and announced he was going to join the expedition, nobody suspected a thing. Yes, a gnome, yes, a sorcerer, but so what? Even after that terrible night, some of my people were willing to bet money on you being the spy.
Rude.
His overconfidence was his downfall. Tartuccio's henchmen, it seems, imagined they could safely meet with Pataxian spies in the town's seedy underbelly. But Restov is the ancestral home of the Eldori, and Lady Jamandi is respected not only by the aristocracy and the common folk, but also by those on the other side of the law.
Exactly, no less. He is going in a blender at the first opportunity. Yeah, never upset a rogue.
We received a message from the slums. A good friend, who wished to remain anonymous, suggested the Sword Lords take a closer look at a certain guest from Patax. Jamande immediately sent for me and ordered me to capture the spy, all very quietly, of course. He told us everything, and not only about Tartuccio. I doubt that Iravetti was pleased to hear of his agent's failure.
What can Pataxian spies hope to find in the stolen lands?
Pataxian spies are much like magpies. They'll grab anything that catches their eye. Information, treasure, artifacts. This time, King Iravetti had a chance to seize the entire Stolen Lands region, and at the Aldori's expense. I'll give you some advice for the future. Be wary of the Pataxian king. He's truly a snake of a man.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Did Iris get a shout out? You did? Okay, cool. Well, I've already half typed it, so... Oh, thanks anyway, Enfys. Oh yeah, how'd your birthday stream go, by the way? I don't think I managed to catch it. Gures is the name of a noble house in Bravoy, is it not? You're a noble, then?
Used to be. It's only a name now, nothing more. The House Gures are a noble family in Bravoy. They own several mines in the Galushkin Mountains. My father Evan is cousin to Lord Howland Gures, but he's my father no longer.
Keston cringes as if he'd bitten a sour fruit. I nearly read that as been bitten by a sour fruit.
In any case, I brought shame upon my name and was punished accordingly. The family disowned me. I fled to Restov and took up the life of a simple mercenary, until I received an assignment here in the Stolen Lands. Fair enough. For a Gures, the prosperity of the house and the honor of the name stands above all else, and I was betrothed to a widow from another noble house. This union was of great importance to the family. However, 3 months before the wedding, I met a commoner girl, gentle and pure, and we fell in love. I would have rather died than leave my Tanya, so I decided to break off the engagement with my noble bride. I could never have expected what would follow.
Iris, it went well. Excellent.
My father was furious. I'd set a pointless love affair above the interests of the house. He expelled me from the family and ordered to leave our lands under threat of death. And Tanya, her mother was seriously ill, and she stayed behind to care for her rather than follow me into exile. Thus, I was on my own, disgraced, without a name, and without love.
Ah. A smile crosses Keston's face, only to leave it even more grim than before.
Don't imagine that I ask for pity. Everyone gets what they deserve.
Keston remarks in a somber tone. So, chaotic good? You deserved a better fate? True love should not go punished? Lawful neutral? I hope you regret the things you've done. Duty to stand above emotion? Neutral? Leave the past in the past and think of it no more? Chaotic neutral? Was the girl at least worth it? Insensitive, but...
I would never have left her of my own accord. Well then, ask away. House Gures owns a number of valleys and gorges in the Galushkin Mountains. The landscape makes these places easily defensible, and they're rich in ores and everything else the depths of the earth have to offer. It is a place of rare beauty. When I moved to Restov, I couldn't get used to it for a long time. There was nothing but sky between the roofs. No mountain peaks anywhere in sight.
Nolus zones out like Saitama listening to Geno's life story. Insensitive, but... yeah. Seriously, I wonder how his, I don't... Didn't actually say if he officially married her, but wonder how she actually felt about the whole thing. I mean, that basically destroying your entire career and being disowned by your family's a heck of a thing to know your partner did.
It is an old and renowned family, one of the most influential in Brevoy. A long time ago, the Garess house entered a pact with the dwarven clan of Golka. This proved to be of great benefit to both parties, and they've supplied the ore for our forges ever since. Lord Howland even took the son of the dwarven leader as his ward. Who would have known where this would lead? The same winter that Brevoy lost the Rogarvia dynasty, Howland's only natural son, Bren, went missing in the mountains. Thus, Toval Golka, the Lord's dwarven ward, became heir to House Garess. The lad has it tough, though. Too many believed Howland should have chosen someone of his own blood to be the heir. I would imagine my own father had similar plans for me, but we all know how that went. As you wish.
Yep, see you later then. Deliver Tarkutio to Keston, dead or alive. While we fought the bloodthirsty beasts at the Temple of the Elk, Tarkutio might have found his artifact or done something else insidious. Yeah, I am shocked. Shocked that he turned out to be a spy. Exactly, Anfis. Countryside needs hills to walk down. Oh, that's how you feel whenever you visit England. Yeah, to be fair, I mostly grew up in England, but the area, when I lived in rural areas, they were mostly Welsh, so I definitely get what you mean there. Okay, well, guess we're gonna track down that guy and put him in a blender. Hello, Elk.
Face me if you dare.
Ooh, what a quote. Ah.
Away, you rascal!
Sneak attack. Sneak attack. Frog. I love that gate.
This is where I step in.
Okay, Amari, get him. Well, damn.
Your life ebbs low. What a waste.
This is for you.
Oop, there's a lockbox. Enfys, Froggo friends. Well, they were sort of friends. Silver buckle, agate earring, gold.
What a surprise. Done and done.
Potion of Shield of Faith, hematite, incense, gold, quartz, potion of mage armor. Nice.
I need to catch my breath.
Medium encumbrance. Yeah, it'll be fine.
You cannot stand against me.
Thylacine. And they say they're extinct.
I'll fight if I have to.
Well, guess they're about to be.
Serves you right.
Nolus, gotta find the Kender, put him in a blender, watch him spin around and around in a beautiful oblivion, or however the song goes. You know, he's a gnome and not a Kender. Nick. A frog, a small beast with 4 leggies, which... I love Old English. And thanks for the quote, Enfys. Amari, enact an extinction event, would you? They go down, and they get up again.
Stand down.
Advance! Ha!
39 damage. Oh yeah, because she's got that one ability that gives her a flank. Yep, happy birthday, Nick. Nick, it'd sure be a dick move if in the Nordmark dinosaur quest you made them all extinct. Yes. Oh yeah, so one of Yafal's Inquisitor abilities, basically there's a bunch of feats that give you a special ability if both you and another character has the same feat. But she has a special ability that means if she takes that feat, everyone who's who could potentially benefit from that feat automatically basically only she needs to have that feat to have that effect. So she can basically access all the best feats.
Unworthy.
She is OP as hell.
Become dust.
Is that all of them? One left.
You can't stop me. You deserved it. I need to catch my breath.
Skin him.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I have no idea what that is.
Is there trouble? You offend me.
Blood for Gorham!
Wretched things.
Look at me, Gorham!
Iris, counter-argument, it'd be cool if in the Guild of Icons Adventures, in Ultrari gets a scroll of dinosaurs aren't extinct anymore. Summons 10d8 dinosaurs at the caster's location. Enfys, note to self, make a wizard, learn Meteor Swarm, go back to Dinosaur Land.
Consider me provoked. Any last wishes?
Our whole point of damage.
Your time is over.
Okay, can I attack you?
Despicable. Advance.
Right.
Bring it!
Okay, so we have some gold and some agate.
The dangers don't frighten me.
And we have a corpse. What's he got then? A crumpled letter. My dear Kenneth Plummer, with your desire to pursue a new archaeological mission in mind, I spent a few hours in my library today and identified a location worthy of your research. In the northeastern part of the River Kingdoms lies a region called the Stolen Lands. Many antiquities can be found in such places. No doubt an inquisitive researcher would be able to find old coins, significant cultural remnants, and even pieces of artifacts that might be restored. Naturally, you shall require the services of a specialist to evaluate your findings during your travels. I have no doubt of your ability to recruit such a specialist once you arrive in the Stolen Lands. Such contracts can be typically made in the large cities or settlements. You do not want your return journey encumbered with items of scant value or interest, after all. Before you set off, it is my obligation to warn you that this place is untamed and can be perilous. Watch not only for bandits and monsters, but also for impassable swamps and dangerous open plains. Should you decide to visit the Stolen Lands, I strongly urge you, Kenneth, to hire a professional guide, and better yet, guards. It is wise to take precautions. I should appreciate it greatly if you return with a few amusing curiosities for me as a token of our friendship. Your true friend, Avgneth Briggan. Ah. Well, what stuff's he got? Bow. Necklace fragment. Coin. Restovic Ranger's broken arrow. Vendor trash. Gold. Leather armor.
I'll share my path.
Didn't give me a quest, did it? Nope, guess not. I think I'm on the other side of the... Oh great, more frogs.
An ambush, eh?
No time for idling. Let's give them what they deserve. This is where I step in. This is for you!
Hey Stovetop, can we get a shout out for Stovetop? And also thanks for the lurk. Iris, T-Rex casts Counterspell. Amazing. Keith, question for me. Is the game being this close to the tabletop rules in or against its credit as a computer game? Yeah, I think they basically... Yeah. To be fair, I think a lot of the more tedious aspects of Pathfinder, like the endless amounts of feeds, is sort of better. It's actually a bit better when it's automated by a computer. So it's got that going for it. Pathfinder 1 is sort of 3.5 edition, so it is very crunchy. So it does sort of lend itself pretty well to a strategy game. I think the only issue is it makes it kind of obtuse.
Unworthy.
Get it? Doesn't look that much greater.
Away, you rascal!
Sneak attacked it so hard it got pushed back. And you're welcome, Stovetop. Hope you're having a nice evening. Nolus, who would win, an extinction event or 2 untapped islands? Okay, Lindsay. Activate inspiration.
I'll fight if I have to.
Missed with the acid splash.
Wretched things.
Alright, I forgot to decloak.
Tear them apart!
Catch my breath. And Lindsay was called forth.
Oops.
This is my time to shine.
Emphis, repelling blast on my crossbow bolts. Oh, the remains of a fire, eh? Well, let's steal someone's stuff.
My search was not in vain.
Okay, this is where we fought the frogs earlier.
How cute!
Yep, once a rogue, always a rogue, Emphis. Even if I do prefer to roll rogues who aren't traditional criminal rogues. Ooh, climb the hill. I'll do that.
I'm not afraid.
Oh, come on.
Serves you right. You can't stop me.
Okay, so basically, rogue rules is for sneak attacks is basically an adjacent ally or broken line of sight. To deny someone there, to keep someone flat-footed. Temptation to fire off a nuke spell grows.
Repent.
do have burning hands. Can't get enough of them.
Stand down.
They go down!
But they get up again.
Despicable.
You deserved it.
Harsh but fair.
Consider provoked.
Your life ebbs low.
You offended.
Woof. Sometimes you just sneak attack so hard someone explodes. Yeah, but a hit's not great. To be fair, they're pretty low at level, so... I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to be doing
There's
around...
something over there.
Whoa, whoa. Okay, it's not attacking me.
I'll share my path.
The body of a woman fouled beyond recognition. Her fingers still clench a torn leash. Lab journal. Went into the woods, found many roots, pine cones, flowers, and a dead squirrel. Scandalous I can make of that. I must consider where I might gain rarer ingredients for my experiments. Thanks for the quote, Enfys. Some damnable raccoons got into the hut while I was exploring the woods, broke all the glassware. The only things left are 10 flat-bottomed glass tubes, 5 round-bottomed flasks, a couple of porcelain mortars, 3 pestles, and the precious spiral. Good thing all the pots are still there. So many good chemicals wasted. Shame. Need to lock everything up in the closet. Tried to finish the experiment today, the one I started at the old lab. Used the lead powder from the master's box. At the crystallization stage, the liquid foamed, changed colour and formed a deposit. Another unsuccessful experiment. I've all but exhausted my supply of essential materials. Caught a raccoon with a snare trap. Didn't get the bastard to the hut in time. Perhaps I should ask some hunters for help in catching experimental subjects. But I must save money. And besides, I see how those bumpkins scowl at me, as if I've grown horns. Glares in tiefling. Third attempt at the crystallization experiment. Broke the last round bottom flask. I recall my tutor calling me hand-handed and making me clean up. Perhaps he was right, but he didn't teach me much despite everything. But why didn't he wish me to develop my abilities? Didn't he want me to learn anything beyond the basic potion recipes? Kept saying I wasn't ready, but in truth he feared the students surpassing the teacher, and for good reason. I shall prove this process works. I'll prove it to everyone. Today an old lady came from the nearby village asking me to make her goat yield more milk. I had to help. I'm in desperate need of money. Oh, why must I spend my time so? Boring, boring, boring. Several pages remain empty, then the writings continue. Observation day 1. Finally, I get a chance I can't miss. I found a dying elf in the woods. She was barely breathing, and ants were swarming all over her. Who was she? What happened to her? It matters not. This is the opportunity I've been waiting for. With great effort, I managed to drag her to the hut, remove her clothes and hide her behind the bags in the corner. Enough wasting my talents on trifles. It's time for action. Wow, this took a turn for the dark. Use the largest glass tubes from the master's box, then with the warning, in case of contact with skin, wash off immediately. The doddering parrot of all the standard warnings. I spread it evenly over her body and began my observation. Observation day 3. The subject has survived. Had to be tied up and gag. Had to tie her up and gag her. The moaning could attract unwanted attention. Her skin is changing, but it's hard to determine the precise character of these changes. The early stages of festering, perhaps. The treated areas do smell faintly. Observation day 5. The changes continue faster and faster. The epidermis is festered away. The joints are grown and swollen, and tough and calloused. And the subject has a fever. Day 9. Over the past few days, the subject's legs have become covered with mildew and moss. Her fingers and toes grow long and crooked, as though she would grow into the ground. I shall move the subject outside. The experiment now demands sunlight. 13. The body's changes are so significant it's impossible to recall the creature's original appearance from the way it looks now. A seething growth covers the whole body's surface. Every day I find new kinds of moss, mildew, grass and other plants. The subject attempts to move. Had to immobilize her. I try to make contact, but she utters inarticulate sounds, alike to howling. Might intelligence be restored at a further stage of regeneration? Okay, someone just went full Albert Wesker. The subject has grown larger, at day 18, several times. She is now strangely quiet these last few days. I'm beginning to worry. In the end, I see I've become attached to her. She will make me famous. Day 25. My living experiment shows all signs of obedience. She is much like a little tree, a magnificent walking tree. She is already 8 feet tall, and the child keeps growing. I wish to give her space, more fresh air and sunlight. I suspect we shall need some fertilizer. For now, I only walk her around the woods on a leash. This is the greatest achievement of my career. Soon we'll be ready for a journey to Absalom, and there I'll present my masterpiece. I must think of a name for my girl. Fricking hell. So, should we attack it, or...?
The dangers don't frighten me.
Kobold Sentinel. Moon radishes. Teacher. Ask teacher. Kobold Dragon Shaman. A kobold lying in the middle of the patch calls out to you. Judging by the sorry state of his scald, he is the eldest of the group. His red eyes squint from the light and his throat struggles to form words. Nolus seems to be minding its own business. Got its revenge, you guess. And Fizz, you don't think that's the, think the mangrove's the killer? Yeah. Oh, thanks for the hydrate, DJ. I'm out of tea. Oh, and we're 4 hours in. I guess I'll talk to this kobold and see what's up. A patch. Celestial radish. Lindsay. Yeah, Radishes? We grew them back in my village. One day, when I was reading a book, my pa grabbed it from me and threw it in the fire. Then made me go pick radishes. It was autumn, and the ground was wet and cold, and there were worms everywhere. Filthy roots. Notice you couldn't read what the game called it. Yeah, I think it was a shambling mound. Chaotic neutral. Trickery. Leave quietly and take a bucket of moon radishes with you. That might be mean. The oldest kobold lifts his head from the ground and tries to focus his eyes from you. Lawful good, I don't need all of it. I'll leave half of what I dig out for you. Lawful neutral. There's enough radishes for everyone. You mustn't forbid others from using what grows freely in the forest. I'll dig out as much as I need. Succeeded. The old kobold remained silent for a time, wrinkling his forehead. Finally lifting a finger solemnly, he announces, "You chew and let chew." Pleased with his verdict, he turns over on his side. The kobolds break out into delighted hissing. What are you doing here? Chew the radish. Search for the secret truth, small and big. The kobolds who are lying nearby answer with a devout murmur, at least those who aren't sleeping. Harem. Little philosophers, are they? Wouldn't expect that. Wouldn't expect. Yep, well, let's command a shepherd. Alright, yeah, climbed up that way. Elk.
I'll share my path.
Oh, wolves.
You should be.
Moon radishes like moon sugar. Yeah, well, to be fair, the druid wants them, so they might be.
Your time is over. Away, you rascal! Any last wishes?
Critical hits. We love to see it.
This is for you. Stand down. Oh, you knave. Catch my breath.
Yep, I guess arrows can just do that when I fire them. Like the implication I could have skinned the frickin' bones.
Face me if you dare.
Oh, hey there, millipede thing.
You offend me.
Advance! Yeah.
Hey, Lindsay. Time for a reconnaissance mission.
I'll fight if I have to.
I'm not doing it wrong! The spell is flawed!
No idea what's going on. Oh wow, that's a lot of them.
What a waste.
Your time is over.
Unworthy.
Oh, there it
Wretched
is.
Things.
They have some sort of stealth ability. Oh no, they're surrounding us.
This is where I step in.
This isn't good.
Become as dust.
Away, you rascal!
Despicable.
Okay, Lindsay's getting threatened by a bunch of very angry worms.
Serves you right. You can't stop me.
Bring it!
Repent.
You do not mess with my bard.
Advance!
And I agree. The attack sounds in this are extremely squishy.
You deserve it. Consider me provoked.
Tear them apart!
Your life ebbs low.
A sword out. Or scythe out.
Stand down. I need to catch my breath. Hey, have a look.
Okay.
Friendship lasts forever. Easy.
Wasn't expecting a trap.
There's something over there. Adventures are exciting.
Hey, we're just going to investigate this.
I don't like surprises.
Here. Oh, I failed, didn't I? I did as you asked.
Well, damn.
How cute!
The intertwined roots of the huge tree cover what might have been an entrance to the dungeons.
I did as you asked.
Heavy pick. Use person, mage armor. No way in then.
This is my time to shine.
The dangers don't frighten me.
Right. Might as well set up camp then. You do. What does she do then? Octavia casts an alarm spell which shatters one guard ship and warns of any enemy in the area. Oh, okay.
Say, Harem, wouldn't you like to see the end of times? Serving Urgathoa could offer such an opportunity.
Oh, the end of times will come with or without me. Why multiply my grief and prolong my suffering in unlife?
Hey, that's good. And the trap's worn off. Even better. Okay, it's 4 hours 20 minutes and I've got work in the morning, so I should probably call it here. Oh, thanks everyone for dropping by. We'll just find someone to raid them. I don't think there's going to be any tabletop stuff going on Friday. So I'll be streaming some Earthbound at 6 o'clock. Tomorrow we may or may not be on Goggles' channel streaming some Ace Attorney. It really depends on how Nick's feeling about, well, how Nick is flu-wise. And first, it doesn't matter how often I call it here, it'll still be Pathfinder. I mean, yeah. So, yep, I may or may not be on Goggles' channel tomorrow. Well, unless Nick's about and wants to weigh in. Who's online? He's playing something called Besiege. Playing Besiege, making disaster contraptions. Interesting. Yeah, Icky's pretty much the only person I really know who's streaming at the moment, so we're going to raid him. You have a good one too, Nolis, and thanks for giving Goggles the shout out. You're welcome, Nick. See you tomorrow, possibly. Oh yeah. This evening before I go to bed, I'm gonna see if I can quickly cast another tooth mold, and then hopefully tomorrow after work I'll be able to see about actually casting the fangs. So that'll be interesting. yeah, I'm out of stuff to say. See you all possibly tomorrow on Goggles's channel, and if not, I'll see you on Friday for Earthbound. Gonna raid in 3, 2, 1, let's go. And if you're watching on YouTube, like, comment, and subscribe. Oh, and you're quite welcome, Stovetop.
If it happened. Bree, have a clip.
Improvements must be made to the shell in the event that these weaknesses are found.